Hello? Oh, there we go. There I am. Hi, booklets. It's been a hot minute. Um, yeah, but I'm doing mostly better now. I'm still a little bit sniffly, but I have meds for it. So I'm feeling much better than I was before. We think it was bronchitis. We're not sure though. Um, but I'm really happy to be back. I'm really happy to see you guys all again. How are you guys doing? We are trying something a bit new today. I haven't really done a tier list maker before. And for Valentine's Day, I thought it would be fun if if we rated some of the BL books that I found in the bookstore that I used to work at. Not all of them were in that bookstore, but they are ones that you can buy like online at Barnes and Noble at the very least. Um, I will point out which ones I have found at the bookstore I used to work at, because there's a lot. Oh, but before we get started, I wanted to give some updates on general life stuff because it's been a few weeks. Three, I think. Wow, that's a long time. I got a sea urchin. She got here while I was still sick. So my friend's been helping me take care of her. But her name is Sophie, and she's really cute. And I can show you guys a picture if you want. Um, what else? I think that's it. I think I was just mostly really excited about Sophie and getting the aquarium set up and stuff. She's a pencil urchin, and if you like poke her, she'll like grab onto your finger and then just like hold it and will not let go and will fall off like the glass. She's really cute. I'm gonna show you guys a picture. She's adorable. Give me a second. Ba, ba, ba. Uh, Sorry. Give me. Come on. It's being an ass right now. So I have an iPhone, and which sucks. I don't like having an iPhone. I don't like supporting Apple at all, but I get the phone for free, so it's here and I have it. But all the photos they take are in like these AHEIC files, and nothing can open that. Like, I can't look at those photos on my computer when I transfer those files over, and it's so like why? Like why couldn't you just save it as like a PNG or something? You know, something normal. And bleh. Like maybe if I there we go. If I try to do this, where is it? Where'd you go? Uh, well, now I can't find it. Well... Oh, for tea today. I don't actually have tea. I have coffee. Uh, it is a bit of coffee with some almond milk and a little bit of cardamom. So it's a little funky. Is there not like it's not letting me do a thing. Ugh. Okay, fine. I'll try to post pictures of Sophie later on Twitter, and then you guys will just have to look there, I guess. Sorry about that. She's very cute, though. Okay. Okay, and then... Ta-da! I'm gonna move myself over. Bloop. There we go. I still have bread attached to my model, and along with the video game controller, because I haven't, I don't remember how to take them off, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Switching back over real quick because it got rid of some of the images that I uploaded there. Ah! Today's a mess. Oh. Well, now I have duplicates. Ow. Ugh. I'm so sorry, guys. There's so much scuff already. We've barely even started. Okay. My first day back is going great. Here. Okay, so the first one we have is called Cherry Magic. And then I also have the images saved here so we can actually look at them. I should get two monitors I think. This way I'm not trying to stuff everything onto the same one, you know? Okay, but our first one is called Cherry Magic. Um, it's this one right here. It it looks very silly. I don't know if I would read this one. I'd probably pick it up and then put it back down because it does. It looks very silly, which isn't a bad thing, you know? Um, but it's just probably not something that I would be into reading. So I'm gonna go ahead and place that in pick it up, but not actually get it, you know? The second one, instead of pulling that image up, I'm just gonna put it here. There are some titles in here that are mildly suggestive, mildly, and I get embarrassed easily. So I'm quickly putting them into the pick up and very quickly put back pile. But both of these how are sold in the bookstore that I used to work at, because I remember shelving Cherry Magic and also this one here. Oh, what's it called? Where is it? This one is yeah, it's this one. I picked it up because it looks like credit where credit is due. That is a very, very eye catching title. You know? It is a very eye catching image. So pick upable. You know, it grabs the audience's attention. And it does that very well. Um, would I ever be caught buying a book like that at a bookstore? No. No. Our next one is Given, which I haven't actually read yet. Uh, but the cover art is really pretty. So I'm putting it up here because I haven't read it yet, but like based on the cover alone, I feel like I would. So I'll pull that one up real quick. Bloop. It's this one here. It's very colorful, and very pretty. I really, really like how you have the black and white of the four characters here against like the colorful background. I don't know. I feel like it really makes it pop. You don't see a lot of covers like this, I don't think, especially not in this genre. And I don't know. I think it's really cool. I've heard the story was really good. Haven't read it yet, so I don't know. But, you know, bloop. The next one is this one, and this is, I believe, Junjo Romantica. Yes, Junjo. Um, this was definitely popular when I was in middle school. It probably shouldn't have been. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in Yaoi hands because it's a classic. uh, the next one we have is it's called Puppy Love. So I'll see if I can find that here. Let's see. Here it is. Nope. There. This cover looks really, really cute. Um, I know nothing about this manga, but it's like you've got these little cute characters in the corner. It looks very, very fluffy. and very wholesome, and I like that a lot. Also, it has dogs, and dogs automatically make something very good. So I think I would pick this up and read it. You know, maybe not much. It doesn't look like it's very plot heavy. Um, but it looks like it would make for like a good, light, silly little read, you know? And I like that. I appreciate that. I also do think the cover design is very cute. It's very cutesy. So yeah, I'd put that on there. Let's see. Our next one is I don't know what that is. It is this one. It's called Rising Storm. Oh my god. See, this is what I mean. I kind of okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. It's atrocious, and that's why I kind of love it. Like this anatomy is it's really bad. It's not good. Um and which is why our S tier is just labeled yaoi hands because I'm kind of a sucker for the terrible anatomy. This kind of manga I don't take very seriously. I just kind of read it for a good laugh because I think it's funny. It's just there's something very amusing about it. And I don't know what that says about me as a person. I also, God, look at this font. The font they used for the title. That's beautiful. That's some peak graphic design. Um I like this ominous castle in the background and how it juxtaposes I don't know how to pronounce that. But I like, you know, you have this ominous like medieval looking castle versus this guy in a purple suit with a red button up and this guy next to him who has this bright red t-shirt that just says Doom in green, and it's in green. Ah, oh, I love stuff like this. It's terrible. It's terrible, and I love it. That one's going up here. Very good. Our next one looks like another one with some pretty atrocious anatomy, which I'm here for. Oh, it's a Let's Draw book. Wow. This one I haven't seen in my bookstore, but I did find it at Barnes and Noble. So yeah, you can buy this book on Barnes and Noble for I don't know how much, but it's an amount. Um, hmm. I think the fact that it's probably like a drawing tutorial, I would definitely at least pick it up because that's really interesting. Like I don't how explicit would the content be in that, you know? I'm not sure. The anatomy isn't the worst. The hands are pretty big. Um, but they're not like huge. I mean, they're very big. They're very big hands. It's also incredibly saturated. I do love the logo design, the font they chose here. Um, you know what? Yeah, this is going in our S tier just because uh bloop. And then next we have this one. Which one is that? It's so hard to see. I didn't realize that the tier maker like made all of the images so small. So I made an extra little folder on here where I could actually pull up the images. Okay, so this cover is a bit interesting. You know, we've got some dynamic posing going on, which I appreciate, you know. Dynamic poses are important. And it's also really nice to have something more dynamic like this in like on cover art instead of just, you know, standing or something. Um I like that there's a cat. The cat makes it good. Hmm. I think I would pick this up and maybe flip through it a bit. I don't know if I'd actually take it home with me. It does look kind of cute though. So I think at the very least I would pick it up and read a bit of it. Um Partially because there's a cat there and I like cats. I keep doing that. So yeah, I think I would read that one. I'd at least pick it up. I think I'll keep it on this tier though. This next one, um, I have read, and okay. So the thing about the bookstore I used to work at is so they kept their manga in a separate section from our graphic novels, and in the manga, well, first of all, I have some I'm getting this out of my system real quick. The manga section was character. It wasn't the way that it was organized was alphabetically by title, and not by author's last name. So all of the Junji Ito mangas that we had, there was like one per like shelf, not like shelf row, but like you know like the whole shelf. Like there were like six shelves of manga, and each shelf had a different Junji Ito manga. Instead of just keeping the Junji Itos together, you know, like what they did with every other book genre. Like no other genre was organized like this. It was just the manga section, and it drove me insane. But Yaoi was a part of the manga section. It was like the Yaoi and Yuri section, and the thing about I'm a little there is a difference between Yaoi and BL. Um, the main difference being that like, and the same with like Yuri and Girls Love, is that like the Yaoi and Yuri they're like typically written for straight people, but the Boys Love and Girls Love is typically written for gay people, and that makes those two genres very 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 different, and I stand by that. But the bookstore I worked at didn't care. And they would put like anything related to LGBTQ into the Yaoi and Yuri section. So they would put like Boys Run the Riot there, which is about some like trans kids, not even related to gay romance. Um, they also put My Brother's Husband, which featured a it was that's a really good one by the way if you haven't checked that out. It's about a guy whose twin brother came out as gay and then moved to Canada and he died there. And his husband from Canada decided to visit the brother. Um, and it's a really sweet story. But it's not about like gay romance. It's about a straight man like overcoming his prejudice against gay people. and also mourning the loss of his brother. But they would put that in that section, and that doesn't go there. Same with like my lesbian experience with loneliness would also get put in the Yuri section, and it's like, no, stop that. That was a whole ass tangent. My point is, um, this one was put in there, and this is actually a gay romance, so I'll give them that. But it's not yaoi. I know I'm calling this like a yaoi tier list. I have both of them here. I'm rambling a lot. There's a point to this, I swear. Um, the point that I'm getting at is that like at the end of the year we would pick our top, like our favorite book of that year that we would recommend to people, and we would have these little shelf talkers and this whole display that would be like the staff picks for the end of the year. And I picked this one because the story is gorgeous, the art style is fantastic. I highly recommend this book. It's very sweet and very, very cute, and it made me. It's, I mean, like, it is like a love story, but it's also very much about late stage capitalism and overworking yourself and not being able to take breaks in the kind of world that we live in. Um, and so I put that as my top pick for the year. Thing is, though, this was kept in the yaoi section, so my employee name was on full display in the yaoi section with this cute little book recommendation, and then all of my coworkers just saw it, and all the customers, and I'm just like, ah. um, yeah, it was. I get embarrassed easily, so it was embarrassing for me. Probably not for other people, but my little name tag was like just in the yaoi section for like half a year. Anyway, I'm putting this one in I read because I did read this. Thanks, Mir. Thank you, um, for letting me go off on that long tangent. The next one is, what is this? It is this one. The Tyrant Falls in Love. Let's see. Anatomy wise, not bad. Um, the cover is kind of boring. You just have the white background, and then they're both wearing like he's wearing like a white shirt, the other guy is wearing like a white lab coat. Not very interesting. Um, I do like the little parental advisory sticker at the bottom. Uh, that's pretty. That's some good cover design right there. I like that. I'm being semi sarcastic. I actually do kind of like the logo design that they used for this. That's kind of fun. I'd probably put this in. Eh, I don't know. It doesn't really grab my attention. Uh, I think I'd put this in brief glance. Okay, and then our next one is No Mercy. Or No Money. So yeah, we got the big hands, the big shoulders, this tiny guy with huge eyes. Um, those are some fashion choices there. Oh boy. I do like the white and the black and the kind of like angelic demonic theme going on. Um I feel like the logo definitely doesn't match the rest of it. I do kind of like how the green matches his eyes. Um I don't know what color I would have chosen for the logo. I don't think I would go with green though. I also do not think I would choose this font. I am putting this up with yaoi hands though. uh okay, and our next one is uh this one here. Ooh, okay. So you can definitely tell the difference between like older cover designs and the newer cover designs, because newer ones tend to have, they tend to be more dynamic a bit, you know? Like, from what I've seen at least, like we have these two characters coming in at a bit more of an angle. Um, they're much more expressive. At least the guy on the left is. And there's a lot more like things. I mean, no, because the one that we just looked at, that had quite a bit going on in the background, and I do appreciate that. This one still does have that kind of white background, which there's nothing wrong with, but like it does get a little boring, you know? I mean, we also looked at Puppy Love, which had that white background, but it had other stuff in it, you know? And I guess there is that kind of like pattern. I'm not sure how I feel about the color balance though, because we have this one character here who's like in mostly blue and like those dark colors, and the character on the left whom is in like the bright like pink red, and then he's got like this blonde hair and these red eyes, and that matches like a lot of the like the splashes on the background and then part of the logo, the font that they used. And I feel like that kind of takes away from, you know, like I don't know what color I would have picked, but it does feel out of balance. Um, the art style does look cute though, and I appreciate that. We actually have a character here with semi wavy hair, and we never get that. And I always appreciate characters who have textured hair, at least even if it's only a little bit. I think I put this one in read, maybe. At the very, you know what? I'll put it in pickup. I think it depends on the story whether or not I would take it home and like read it. I might read a little bit of it. Yeah, I think I'll put it there. Hebloop. And then next is, what is this? Where'd it go? This one. Oh, that's a big image. Hello there. This, I like the background here. They did go with, I do like how the background contrasts the, like the font color. I don't know why they chose these different things for the background, but you know, maybe that would be explained like if you did read the manga, which I haven't yet. Um, I don't know if I would. It doesn't strike me as particularly interesting. I mean, like, hmm, I don't know what it is. You know what? I think it might be just the two characters just standing there that's doing it for me. I will give them props for the background because it is creative. That's a pretty good background, you know? But having these two characters just kind of stand there, that's kind of boring, you know? I'd rather have them be like doing something. Like maybe if they were, I don't know, maybe if you just like made them at an angle. You know? I'd probably put it in, I think I'm going to put this one in pickup and then probably put back. Like I don't think it's something that I would actually really read just based off of, cover alone. The next one is Mr. Villain's Day Off. This one, actually, after I found the cover, I did look up and start reading because it looks really interesting. Like, you have this bright yellow background, which I guess you see a bit of in this genre, but I only really have two others examples of this bright yellow background. And then, of course, that contrasts, the color of the logo and font. And then, if you actually look at, this is a poor quality photo, but if you look at the way that this trench coat is like colored in, and then same here, and then of course, I'm a sucker for textured hair, even if it's just a bit, and he has like wavy hair. Um, but also just looking at the way that this like coat is painted, I'm a sucker for that. Like it looks like they used like blue to shade, and ah it looks very, I like it a lot. I think it looks very good. I also like how they shaded the face a bit and the texture on the panda bear. That's pretty good. And also, the premise seems interesting, besides just looking at the artwork, you know, it's pretty and it is eye-catching. You don't really get, most of them are very, like, most of the like BL romance that you find are, I think, very rooted in, or kind of rooted in reality, vaguely rooted in reality. In reality. um but this one implies, like, some kind of villain and superhero dynamic, possibly. And I think that's interesting. I like that a lot. So I'm gonna put this one under read. Bloop. And then we have this one, which I'm I did shelve this book. I shelved this book in the bookstore. I put it away, and it was there, and somebody might have bought it. I was not there to witness that event. I can't tell what that emoji is. Um, yeah, bookstores will sell a lot of books. Um, you should see our paranormal romance. Well, okay, I don't work there anymore, so it's not, you know, it's not my section anymore. Um, our paranormal, like, the paranormal romance section, uh, mostly just featured shirtless men. There was a lot of shirtless men in our paranormal romance section. Um, but I don't know if it ever got like as visually explicit as um as this genre does. At least from what I saw, I wasn't in the romance section a lot. I mostly worked in like the children's department, which is why a lot of the books that I read and recommend are like middle reader or young adult, because that's just where I worked for the longest. Okay, the next one is, what is that? The dangerous convenience store? Where? Where is it? Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Oof. Okay, so another really low quality image. Um, but this one also, it does look very, very cute, very fluffy, very soft. Um, I think I would pick this one up. It actually has like the character doing something. You know, there's a background there. You know, there's a bit of action, not very much, which, you know, implies that it is like a softer, kind of probably slower, much sweeter storyline. Um, Definitely pretty cutesy. Oh, I didn't notice there was a background character there. Poor image quality. It looks like that's probably the pair here. The anatomy looks decent. You know, I do really appreciate it when, and this is like the other really big difference between like boys love and yaoi, is that boys love, the anatomy tends to be a lot better. Um, and the character, like, the men that are there are much less likely to be forced into, or to be very, or like, to be hyper feminized, I guess, is the word I'm looking, that might be the word I'm looking for. Um, but especially like more recently, you get like men allowed who are allowed to be men and still like other men without being forced into a more feminine role, and then having like the really hyper masculine role that goes with it. um on the other hand, I also understand that like a lot, I'm pretty like, from what I've seen, it looks like a lot of women like the yaoi genre because it's well, either they haven't realized that they're trans men yet, or um or because it's a way for them to exist, like, and be taken seriously, I guess. From what I've seen, it's it's a way for like, at least especially with the older stuff, it's like men are like, it's much more okay for men to express their sexuality than it is for women. So I feel like yaoi became popular because it was easy for women to put themselves in the roles of the bottom, and also be able to express things that they couldn't express like as a woman. um, and I think that's very interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna put this one in read because it looks cute. You know, it looks fun. I like it. I think it looks nice. I like the dynamicism. um, Definitely didn't say that word right. And then banana fish, which I haven't read this, and I haven't read it because I don't like things that are sad, and that's all I know about this. is I know that it's gay and incredibly sad, and I can't do tragedies. I get so emotionally invested, and then I read things that are sad, and then I'm just sad for like a while until eventually I get over it. But it puts me in this funky headspace. If I didn't know that about this series, though, I don't know if I would pick this up. On one hand, it is a very interesting cover. You do not see a lot of covers like this, especially in this genre, but I don't think it's main. Actually, is Banana Fish classified as a BL? I think it is. It is, right? That's why it's on here. Yeah, it should be anyway. Um, I really like anyway. But yeah, no, like you don't see like this kind of yellow, this title. It's a very interesting, very eye-catching title. Um, and then you just see this guy in a white shirt holding a gun. It's it's interesting. You can tell that there's going to be a lot going on in this story, I think, from the cover alone. And also just the different line weights they use makes my brain personally very happy. Like they outlined everything in that darker shade of black, but then you have the thin lines in the middle and stuff. Um, I also just really love this kind of 90s style of drawing with like the really really soft fluffy looking hair. Um, I don't know where to put this one because on one hand I love this cover. Um, but looking at it, even just looking at the cover, maybe not. Well, see, it's hard to tell if it's just because I already know that this is a like a sad story, even though I don't know any of the context for it. I can't tell if the title really communicates that, or like the book cover really communicates that, or if it's just the knowledge that I already have. Um, I would definitely pick it up, but it looks sad, so I wouldn't read it. So that one would definitely go here. Um, I'm considering reading Banana Fish at some point. Maybe. But again, I really don't like sad things. I get sad too easily. I get way too invested in the characters. Okay, this is our next one. I have no idea what this is about. Um and I don't remember what this is called. But it does look like hmm. I like how the red in the middle of the image pops a lot, especially against that teal background. They did use the same color of teal for the first character here, or like for the Japanese character. Not the guy, but like the word here. They use that same teal, but then they use this nice like orchard ochre oak. Is that how you say that word? It's like that yellowy brown like acrylic paint style. um and I think if I had to guess, that's the author's name in that same kind of yellow color. I think I almost see my only problem with the blue background is that it's very very similar to the is that a yukata or kimono? To what the man on the left is wearing. But Hmm. It does make the red kind of pops there, but the red is also against this darker color, and the red itself is kind of dark. Looking at it, I think the thing that pops the most would be like their skin. Overall, the composition is also very, very top heavy. Like there's a lot going on at the top and the middle, but like almost nothing going on at the bottom. I think this is one that I would pick up and then put back down, probably. Although, it does kind of look like the one on the left has these little eye bags, which suggests that he's probably a bit older. And I like seeing characters that are older instead of it just always being high schoolers. I don't like reading about high schoolers falling in love. It's good for the high schoolers. They can enjoy that, but it feels weird to me because I'm not in high school, I guess. But oh, that's not what I wanted. Nope. It does look interesting. I would potentially read it, but most likely just kind of pick up and then probably put back down. Um, oh, yeah. About my Kofi, um, I'm still a little bit nasally. My commissions are almost fully open. Almost. I'm still working on one of them. Um, but I feel like since there's not a lot of people who typically chat in here, I might try to stop that little bot from advertising the Kofi. Because when I put it up, I figured there would be more people chatting. And there typically isn't, which is fine. You know, I don't like that's totally fine. I don't mind that. But then, like looking back on it, it just kind of looks like the Kofi thing takes up more space than uh than I think I would prefer it to. Especially because I don't really want that to be the focus of these streams. It feels like it just pops up a lot. I might just try to change the timer or just remove it, I guess. Um, yeah. Anyway, moving on. We have this one. Ugh. Let's see. This is the one about sugar days? Where is that? Where'd it go? Ugh. Okay. I can't find. Hold on. I know I have the image of it somewhere. Did I miss it? Oh, there it is. Bloop. This is one I think I definitely would pick up and read. Because this looks adorable. Um, and I do like that soft blue background with all of the different sweets on it. Um, it does look like it's about high school boys again, which I'm not a fan of. You know, I'm sure that's some people's cup of tea. And you know what? Sometimes high school stories can be sweet. I guess I just don't like it when it gets too sexual. I don't know. I don't like seeing high schoolers in a sexual setting. Like I did when I was in high school, but now that I'm not, it's weird. You know? Sorry, excuse me. Um, but it does look really cute. Like these character designs are cute. I like his fluffy pink hair and that big smile he has. And then this guy who has very, very different eyes. Um, oh, one thing I noticed. So I know in Japan, um, when it comes to like faces, eyes are very, very important. Like eyes tell like culturally, eyes are much more like relied on for expressiveness. Um, which is why like all the different funky eye shapes and the pupils play a really important part of like characters and character design. Um, and a great example of this is Promare. Promare, I got to do a little like a short paper about the character design in Promare, and part of it was like take Gallo for example. His his overall shape is very very angular, which communicates that he is somebody who is very active, probably jumps, rushes headfirst into things, is very, very energetic, which is all very accurate. But then you get to his eye shape, and his eye shape take on much, like his eyes just are much squarer in comparison to the rest of like the shapes that are used for like his body. Um, and that kind of shows that like he portrays himself as somebody who is very, very like do first, think later. Um, but deep down, he is a very, very reliable person. If you guys don't know, like the way that different shapes work in character design is that you have like your circular shapes, your round ones, your ugh, sorry, still recovering from a cold. You have your circular shapes, your triangular shapes, and then your rectangular shapes. Your rectangles in character design tend to be much more reliable. Um, woof. Much more like reliable, much more dependable, steadfast, down to earth. Triangles are much more, dynamic and energetic. Uh, and then rounder shapes tend to be softer and more approachable. Um, Leo is another example of this. You know, like outwardly, he does present as like that triangle. Um, like his character design is much more angular, much more like dynamic and energetic, and at first glance he is. But then you get to his eyes, and his eyes are very, very round. And that kind of shows that deeper down, he is just kind of soft. Anyway, that was a whole character design tangent. Um, but I love seeing other artists who use eyes like that to communicate more about like the character. Uh, and you also don't see a lot of eyes like the guy on the left in manga like this, and I like that. Anyway, all that to say, yes, I would definitely pick this up and read it. It looks really cute. Like the design is simple, but very effective. Uh, bloop. Ah. So I would put that one up here. And then the next one is uh it looks like this is going to be another hands scenario. Oh yeah. Oh, those hands are huge. And the faces are so small and the eyes are so big. And the font is this bright pink and magenta, and it's on top of this very, very brown color palette. Yeah, I don't think I have to say anymore. Um, that one's going right into Yaoi hands. And then the next one is, it looks like another Yaoi hand situation from here. Which one is that? Possibly? Where is it? This one? Oh! Oh, that's a. Oh my god, wait. Yeah, no, I have shelved this book too. Um, yeah, this is another book that you can buy at the bookstore I used to work at. I'm quickly removing this. Uh, that one is going straight here. Yeah. Fun fact about the bookstore I used to work at, we had a locked case of hentai. We did. So the bookstore I used to work at, it is a very, very big store. And a lot of the reason that we got like these older like yaoi novels is because it's a used bookstore. So we used to get like a lot of both used and new books. Um I don't think we ever had any hentai books donated, which is great, cool, fantastic. I don't feel comfortable with that inside of the bookstore I work at. I have only ever checked out because I shelved books and I also worked at the tills. Um, I only ever had one person buy something from our little, because it's a locked cabinet too. So you have to actually go up to the employee, ask for a key to get into the Thai cabinet. So you are interacting with employees twice. Like once to ask them for the key and to take down the book that you want, and then and because it's behind the locked case, the employee has to deliver it themselves up to the checkout. So then they have to put it on hold. And then your name is just like on that book in the little holding section. And and then you have to ask, like, you can't even hand the book to the employee. You have to ask the employee at the tills to go pick it up for you, to go grab it so that they can like ring you up. I've only had that happen once. This man had no shame. Um yeah, that was one of two books that he bought. The other book was a corpse party manga, and I freaked out a little. Like I didn't, of course, I didn't say anything to him because I should not judge people by their book taste. But if you are buying, I'm I don't know if I'd be comfortable being around you if you're buying those two things at the same time. And I handed this man these books. Anyway, I have some wild stories about my old job as a bookseller. Ugh. Okay, I think I'm seeing another one here. So this next one, uh, it's called Drops of Desire. Um, this one I did not see at the bookstore I used to work at, but oh, that's big. Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. Go away, please. No. No. Remove. 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 Okay. Huh. Um. But you can buy this book on Barnes and Noble. If you go on to their online store, you can order this book from Barnes and Noble. Yep. I never saw it in my bookstore, but again, all of these books I made sure that you can buy at a bookstore. So this is, you know what? I would pick it up because the title would seem silly to me, and then I would very, very quickly put it back. Um, yeah. Yeah, you can find some wild stuff in bookstores. Okay, the next one is. Oh. I'm on the fence about this one because it looks horny, but I really, really like the way that this is painted. Like the skin texture specifically. But it also looks like the artist here spent most of their time painting skin and definitely didn't pay as much attention to the clothing. Which tells me that, yes, this is definitely going to be a horny book. So I probably wouldn't read this. Um, but that said, um, it has an interesting title. I don't know if I would have gone with the white font and like that shadowed, like that drop shadow there. But it is like that's a pretty good book cover, I think, in the sense that like I feel like it communicates very well the kind of book that it is. I like the layout. Again, don't know if I would have gone with that white font, but at the same time, I don't know what other color I would have chosen. This is probably be one that I would pick up and then just put back down. Bloop. Ugh. Go for it, Nakamura. Okay, this is one. Ugh. This one's pretty popular, and I feel like it's very, very popular specifically for this cover. This is a fantastic book cover. Um, and it's also a very, very cute story. If you haven't read it yet, um, it's about this guy in the middle here, um, who has a crush on the brown haired guy, but he's not really interested in going out. He mostly just wants to be friends. Like, he's well aware that the other guy probably won't like him back. So he's fine with just, being friends. And it's a story of him, like, trying to reach out and become friends with this other guy. It's very, very cute, very sweet. Um, I I love the way I love the style of drawing that they did, and the whole manga is kind of drawn in this very like '90s inspired um, fashion, where it's like you have the really soft hair with this specific style of bangs. Um, I like the shading that they used and like the hatching here. Like just from the cover alone, it tells you a lot about the character. You can tell that like he's very, very shy. He obviously likes this other character here, and this other character just looks very, very soft and sweet and nice. Um, you have kind of like desaturated colors in the middle versus these much, much brighter colors in the background. I also like the different colors that they used for the font and the logo. I keep calling it a logo. It's really just the book title. I don't know if you can really. Is that is that just called a logo? Um, but yeah, I actually, I mean, like this this book cover became like a drawing meme for like a reason. It's a very good book cover, and it's also a very good book. I did a piece based off of it, kind of like formatted like this, but it wasn't really um like an exact like replica in the sense that like, oh gosh, my mind is blanking. That's fine. We'll just move on. Hey bloop. So yeah, that one I did read. It's very cute, very sweet, very wholesome. We stand. Okay, and the next one is, oh, that looks like it's going straight into the Yaoi hand section. Where is it? Oh boy. Oh my god, those are, what is he what are they wearing? What are they wearing? What is that? Those are some outfits right there. Oh gosh. Okay, so yeah, first of all, giant hands, incredibly long arms, very long splendidly arms. Um, you can't tell too much about the characters from the cover alone. Like their pose and their expressions are kind of generic. Um, would I pick it up because it looks silly? Yes. Um, like I'd want to pick it up and examine it the same way that I am right now, which is questioning their outfit choices. Um, but I also just don't like camouflage pattern like at all. I only have like one article of clothing that's like a camouflage pattern, and it's like white and gray. And the only reason I have it is because it isn't actually. It's like it's ghost. It's little like white and gray ghosts that are pieced together to make it look like camouflage. Um, if it's something like that, then it's excusable because it's ghost or it's like cats or something. Um, normally no. Oh boy. Also, just like the black here with like the greenish outline and that bright red. Uh, uh. Bloop. Next one is, okay. This is another one, so you can kind of tell the difference between the ones that you can buy. Because I noticed this with the other one that we showed that was from Barnes and Noble. This one you can also get on Barnes and Noble as an ebook, and it does have like this similar like just rectangular like color with the font in the middle. And I wonder if that's just like an ebook thing. If so, that's a little strange. I don't really know why they do that. Um, what the there. Um, I'm on the fence if I would pick this one up. It does look very soft. It looks wholesome. Um, I like I like this character here. He definitely has a pretty unique design, which I appreciate. But, the cover itself is just kind of boring. I think I would pick this up, but then I'd probably just put it back because it's like the expressions they have does give a little bit of a hint as to the dynamic the two of them have. But they are just kind of posed there. Like they both have the same pose. They're both wearing the same outfit. Um, you know. So like not like the worst cover I've ever seen. Um, See, I don't know if I would put this in brief glance or like pick it up, you know? I think I would put this in brief glance, actually. So I'd probably look at it and then. Oh my god, this next one. This is one that you can also buy at Barnes and Noble. I don't I don't remember shelving this. I don't remember if I did ever shelve this. Um, but this is a book that you can buy on Barnes and Noble, and I will show it very quickly. Yep. And I will take it right back out. Bye. But you can buy this book on Barnes and Noble. So this one, you just pick up and very quickly put back. Bye. Well, okay. I say that, but I do really like cover-wise, looking at it from a very like, just typical art point of view. I do really like the bright red against the black. That's very it is very eye-catching and very very intriguing. Um I also like the way that they texture the leather. That is very well done. I think maybe they draw lots of tight leather. That might be a running theme with this artist if I had to hazard a guess. Um and you also don't see a lot of these in that kind of darker color palette. So, I appreciate that, I guess. Oh, those hands are so big. Oh, they're so big. Yeah. And then next we have this one, making that smaller. This one I have shelved before, and I remember picking it up because the cover looks interesting. You have this diagonal line versus like this orange lettering here. Um, and then I realized that these two are high schoolers, and well, these two are probably high schoolers because it looks like they're wearing a uniform, and he is wearing leggings, and this person, whoever drew this, definitely spends a lot of time drawing leggings on people. Like, these are way too detailed to be a first time to be somebody's first time drawing these. Ah! I deleted myself instead of the image. Oh no. Anyway, that's going in the picking up and then maybe not very quickly putting it back because it took me a second to kind of like piece together what that image was. Um but definitely putting it back out and not looking at that book any further. Where did my Hold on a second. I lost my dude. There it is. Blah. Oh, good. Now I have to reset this. Go back. Okay. I'm back. Hello. So that one goes there. This next one is Love Stage. Hey, bloop. This one, I do kind of wish that they did something more with the background. I think my main critiques with most of these that I've seen are because of either the background or the posing. Now, the posing in this is interesting, and I like their different expressions. I do like the style that it's drawn in, you know? They've kind of developed a bit of their own style. It definitely stems from the older, like this, like it's definitely very clear what this genre is, but it still kind of has its own personal little twist on it. I do like the contrast between the color of the title and the background color. And I do like the attention that they paid to on the two outfits that they're wearing. Because they're both wearing very different outfits, you know? And I do like that. I think I would pick this one up and then probably put it back just because, you know. The title is like the cover is interesting, but not like, you know. This one I have read, but it's been a really long time. Um, I've been meaning to go back and read it because since like in between the first time I read this and now, I've actually learned a little bit of ASL and more about like deaf culture in the U.S. And I've become a bit more aware of like deaf related issues. And the reason I bring that up is because this character at the bottom here with the backpack, like he is deaf, and I love seeing different kinds of representation in media. And I do think that the deaf experience is very, very different in Japan than it is here. And the same can be said for like a lot of experiences related to minorities, I guess. Cover wise, it's very, very green. And when you look at it from far away, it blends together a lot. Which is probably why a lot of these other covers have very contrasting like colors, because it's a lot easier to see from far away. And that is something you have to take into account when you're designing stuff like book covers. I'm not sure how I feel about the font and that squiggly line that it's in. But I do like when you do zoom in and you look at it, these trees, those are gorgeous. That is very well drawn. Same with these steps and the way that the light is kind of like on these two characters. And obviously at some point, like I did pick this up and read it. It's just been a while and I don't remember anything about this at all. Oh, look at the hatching down here. Oh, nice. I'm a sucker for some good hatching. But you know, unlike a lot of the covers that we've seen, the two characters here are actually like interacting with the environment around them and doing things. So yeah, I think I would put that one under read because I did take it home and read it. Um, at some point, if I were to go to the bookstore today and look at it, I don't think I would pick it up because the story itself seems much. There's a like the vibes that I get from it are both peaceful and kind of melancholic. There's like a kind of there's a kind of sadness to it. Um, and again, I'm not typically drawn towards more sad storylines. Um, I typically prefer my happy, softer things. If you couldn't tell by the other stuff that I put up there. Uh, Next one is. Should I just call it and say Yaoi Hands? Yeah. Yep. I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna. I don't think we need to go over it. And then this is the next one. Oh. The background here is very simple. Um, but like, I'm pretty sure that that's just like a blue, like a very, very light blue square with like some white clouds. Um, it is not very legible, especially from far away. But at the same time, like this whole color palette is much lighter, so I don't know if I would have gone with. I think I would have gone with something slightly darker. That way you could actually like see, the darker, like the blue a little bit better. It does look like a very. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but it's definitely very soft. And it looks like the storyline will probably be very, very soft. Probably very slowly paced. Um, it's kind of giving me Tilly Wallen energy. Um, Almost. And I don't know how to describe Tilly Walden and their work other than Tilly Wallen. Uh, if you don't know who that is, they're the one who wrote and drew. Are you listening? They have quite a few very popular graphic novels. I just haven't read a lot of them because they're all kind of like. It's a still kind of sad. It's not exactly bittersweet. Um, I don't know what that noise was, but somebody's having fun out there. Hot dang. I don't know if my mic picked up on that at all, but somebody is out there revving their engine right now, which is super cool. Uh, yeah, like I like the cover. I don't think I'd be interested in reading it. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and put that one in. A bloop. Pick up, but probably not read. And then our next one is. Okay. I'm just gonna. Yeah. We've seen enough. Will Twitch get mad at me for streaming all of this? I hope not. Um, this one is gonna be like a pick up and then put back. Um, on one hand, like I do like the design of the cover. On the other hand, it looks like it's mostly going to be explicit content and not much else. So, yeah. Our next one is this one. I mean, it's definitely going in the Yaoi Hands territory, in you know, the Yaoi Hands category. Um, I kind of like okay, I'm spending a little bit more time on this because I'm looking at the background and the font color, the color of the font that they used. They're very very bright, and that would work. Excuse me. Oh, oh, my tummy's a little upsetty. Whoopsies. Sorry about that. Um, that would work if the colors of the two front characters were darker. Like the brighter colors in the background just makes them look very very desaturated. Um, they also just look really really yellow, especially when compared to like the rest of the white background. Yeah. That's my thoughts on that one. Hey bloop. We have a lot of ones going up there. Okay, and then next is, did we already do that one? No. But I don't have it. Hold on. Where did that one go? Oh. Oh. This cover is very interesting. Um, I don't think you typically see a lot of like just full cat characters in this genre, not from what I've seen anyway. Um, I do like the font that they used. I like that kind of brushstrokey kind of look. And I like how you kind of have this blue with this orange here. It is with the white background, you know, and that very much blends in with like the white fur of the cat's hands, this guy's hair. Um, it definitely feels like there is kind of like there's definitely a like a flow of, you know, because you have the dark here going like slashing through the middle, and then at the, like that top right hand corner you have like that block of like white. I think I would read I think I would read it for the art style. Cuz the art does look really pretty. Like if I can zoom in on this at all. Like it's very like it looks like they did it with pencil instead of a pen. So the line work just looks very, very light. And the rest of it almost ah, and the rest of it almost looks like it's kind of like watercolors, which I am a sucker for. I'm a sucker for watercolors. Um, at least like this, the cat's like ears and stuff. The rest of this looks like it was done with marker. Probably, I would guess, like alcohol markers. Um, I would definitely pick up this book. I don't know if I would read it. I'd at least flip through it, you know? It's hard to, like based on, I'm like looking at the other way that I've categorized these. Yeah, I would definitely pick it up. I don't know if I would. Oh, hello. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hello. How are you? How are you doing? Oh, who was that? Hi. Hi. We're thank you for the follow. we're um we're currently reviewing yaoi book covers. uh how are you doing today? You read this? Some of it. Most of these books were books that I've shelved in the bookstore I used to work at. I just thought it would be funny to like rate the book covers for like a belated Valentine's Day celebration. I was sick for Valentine's Day, so we didn't do anything then. But I'm feeling better now. That's kind of why the categories are set up. Like yeah, I would read this versus like I would pick it up at the bookstore, pick it up and very very quickly put it back. Like this one, I can already tell. Like no, yeah. Um, this next one that I see here, I kind of love. This is peak character design. Oh, just his face. Um, okay, outside of anatomy critiques, the background, it is not the same color as the suit that he is wearing, but it's very, very similar. I would definitely, I would have picked a different background color for this. Um, although looking at it, you do have this nice line of sight going down, like your eye kind of starts at the top there and then it very easily flows down just because of the contrast between like the very very pale skin versus the very very dark surrounding colors. um I do like that they used uh like this kind of gold, like ochre again. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Ochre, ochre. Whatever it's called. Um, that yellow does have a nice contrast, and it kind of like matches their skin a little bit with the different, because they did kind of use some more yellowy like palette, at least for the bigger guy here. I am getting so distracted by his arms. Holy cow. The more I look at his arms, the crazier this gets. Um Surprisingly enough, his hands aren't huge. Both of their hands are actually very, very small, which is interesting, you know? We do like a bit of diversity here. You know, uh, the anatomy is killing me. Yeah, 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 yep. So yeah, that one's going up here. And then the next one on our list is this one here. Now this one, he looks like a horse. Yeah, he kind of does, huh? Uh, okay, this one here, I don't think I would read it because it does look more explicit than I prefer. But um but I really really like the colors that are used here, and this font is interesting, except for my one of my critiques would be right here. This black blends right in to this black here, and you can still make out like the word, um but it does just make things a little bit more difficult, you know. um I do like the way that this is framed. I like how there's this like light in the background and you can kind of tell it's a window because you know you see this shape here. It looks like blinds, you know? And I do like this very very soft kind of color palette. I would definitely pick this up. I don't know if I would read it. Um just cuz it looks a little bit more than I prefer. But I do really like that art style. I really like the colors that they chose. Hey, bloop. So I'm gonna put that one here. And then this one, this is one that I've seen. Like I have shelved quite a few of these. Um, this is a terrible uh, quality image, but that's fine. I have shelved these quite a bit, and this looks interesting. I do like the art style. Like I really like the way that this second, like the guy on the left, his hair is drawn. Um, the font, I'm not sure about. It is very, very like roses wouldn't be out of place here. And I don't know if that communicates what I'm trying to say very well. That's it. This 10 dance, it looks like the logo for a dance studio. Um, I don't see. I would pick it up for the cover because it is interesting. You know, you don't see this kind of cover a lot. Like I really like the frame that they have going on in the background. Um, Having them both wearing black suits is understandable, but it does make like from far away. That's kind of a funky shape, you know. And it also just doesn't seem like it's a very classic cover. Yeah, um, it is. I can kind of tell that the kind of story that this would tell, I feel like it would definitely be much more like serious, I guess. Um, Much more slow. And probably not the kind of story that I would be interested in. But it's not a bad book cover. So I'll just put up in like I would pick it up, but I wouldn't, buy it. And then we have this one. Ugh. This one, I believe this one recently got turned into an anime, didn't it? This is another, like, I really like this cover, for very, very similar reasons to, like, I Hear the Sunspot. Um, you actually get to see the characters interacting with the environment. They are somewhere, they are doing something. There's a cat there, and that cat is very cute, and I appreciate that. Um, you get to see these different colors. Like, I like the color palette they used. There's a bit of this kind of slightly, like, it's a cooler yellow, and then you've got like this brighter red, and then these blues here, and I like that. Like, it's a very, like, it's a cute illustration. It's very nice. Um, you can tell that this is set at the beach. But this does seem like another very, very slower paced story. And there is nothing wrong with that. Um, it's just not really my cup of tea. And that's okay. So I would definitely pick this up because that art style, like the art style does look really pretty. Like, oh, look at that. You can see all of like the different texture on like the background here. And I like the extra print, and oh, look at the way they drew that hat. Eh. Like, you can really tell it looks like a straw hat. That's very cool. And, that cat, that's an adorable cat. They even put texture in on the blanket here. I also like the pens that they used. It's got like a nice kind of scratch to it. Um I don't know if I would read this one. It does look kind of like, and again, I wouldn't say sad. But there's quite a few of these that we've seen that, like, the story, I don't think it would be necessarily sad. It's just very, very slow and calm. I think calm is the word I'm looking for. Um, and yeah, nothing wrong with that. I don't know, I don't think I would really read it, you know? Like, yeah, I think this one here, and then this one, and then this one kind of all have like that same feeling of being much calmer, kind of mellower stories. Um, which, again, is totally fine. It's just not really my cup of tea. Um, what does that one say? Don't be cruel. Okay. I haven't read this. I have shelved it. It's a pretty boring cover. Not gonna lie. You can't tell much from the expressions or the body language they have. The background is very, very simple. It's just a close up of these two guys. There isn't a lot of information that you can really gain about the story or about, the kind of situation these two characters get into. The font and like the color they chose for the logo is like, it's okay, It's not like terrible, but it's not like, you know? Like this one is, I don't know. I mean, again, I've shelved it. I'll glance at it, but I won't really think much of it. So that one goes here. Bloop. This next one is called fig. This cover, I like this. It's very, very similar to the Given book cover that we looked at, but it also has like it's much more mellow. I really, really like the line work and this style of artwork that's shown here. I really like the different lines that are used. I like his hairstyle. Um, yeah, like this is a good cover. It's very cool. So, oh, dude, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Your English is fine. You're doing great, homie. Um, oh, wait, if it's your second language though, uh, is it your second language? No? Oh, that's fair. I also kind of talk robotically. English is also my first language though. I struggle with it a lot. There are like other languages that I really want to learn though, including like Spanish and Japanese. Anyway, I also really like how they just stuck with these three colors. Like the pink here, it's very soft, but you know, it contrasts like the blue very well. And I like the half tones that they used here and the different parts of hatching. This is a very good cover. I think I would read part of this. I don't know if I would take the book home with me because, it's like it's giving off the vibes of being one of the slower kind of stories. I'm going to disable that bot as soon as I remember how. Um, but yeah. So I don't know if I'd take it home, but I definitely pick it up and flip through it, I guess. At the very least, like I'd want to know more about it or about the story. Okay. And then we've started. So the tier list maker is being kind of funky. There's books down here. There's books down here that we've already put up. Uh, so I'm just gonna be trying like there's repeats. Um, so I'm just gonna try to skip over those when they come along. So then there's this one. From first glance, you know, they've got the hands. The hands are okay in terms of like definitely older. The anatomy isn't terrible. His shoulders, I think they're like, it looks like a father and a son. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I think you might be right. Um, I'm gonna look that up, and I'm gonna pray that that's not the case. Hold on. Wait. Okay, I'm supposed to be judging these book covers without any context of the story, but now that you've pointed it out, I can't unsee it. Oh. But okay. Uh. Oh. So Like, the series itself is a compilation of several stories, most often short, involving various degrees. I am starting to lose my voice again. Blech. Degrees of gay couple. One of these couples is linked to an establishment known as the Blue Boy. The Blue Boy is a gay host club where anyone wielding enough money can hire out a very attractive man to either. Okay. The main focus of the story is the once dysfunctional Aoi family. I might have to go get a cough drop in a second. Okay, wait. This is volume, what, 16? I can't tell. It does look like this host thing is Hi Solomon. That's my cat. Um, is family run, which yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and put this one in taking a look and then quickly putting back. Or just briefly glance. Because it's like the cover itself isn't very interesting. You know. Okay. We're coming into more repeats now. Yeah, that's unfortunately true. Oh, okay, this one. This one. So, the book cover wise, I'm on one hand, um, I do appreciate kind of that they're in a scene and that you get to see like more of the two characters that are featured in the story. But as somebody who is actually like, this is a book that I've picked up and read specifically because I was looking for books with more plus size characters. And for that reason, that's why I picked it up. Hands down, this cover does this book a disservice. Because the book series itself is very, very sweet. It's very cute. Um, it's very, very wholesome. But I definitely wouldn't have picked up this book based off of the cover alone, which is really, really unfortunate. Like, the font design that they used, that's, it's not very, none of it's really very eye-catching. Yeah. Like, the title doesn't really do it a good service either. The premise of this book is that, like, so the guy on the left, he's a stage actor and he does plays and stuff, and he typically plays a side character, but he's very, very good at what he does. He just hasn't really been able to score the lead role yet or anything, you know. Um, and the guy on the right is a baker, and and he shows up to like one of the. Hi, Solomon. Are you good? He's okay. That meowing in the background, that's my cat Solomon, who has had both dinner and breakfast, and I think he is begging for second dinner right now. Weird little man. Anyway, the character on the left is a baker, um, and it kind of like it's a very, very feel good story. A little cliche, yeah, but it's really cute. It's very sweet. Um, the guy on the right sends, like gives little treats, and that's kind of like the guy on the left's like first like ever like fan gifts. And it's just it's cute, it's sweet. I just wish they had like a better cover and title because it is a cute book. Oh, good. Can you guys hear the honking in the background? So like unfortunately I do have to put that one in brief glance because it's like it's ugh ugh okay. The next one we have is this one. Yeah. Um I guess this is the third volume of the book series, but eh. Now this one, I do like that bright orange against this blue and white. That's very eye-catching. I do like that. This does feel like this feels like a very melancholic story. Again, just I don't know what this story is about. It just feels melancholic. Like it's giving me kind of like again that very, very calm like vibes, and it does look like it would be a good story. I just don't know if it would be my cup of tea. Ugh. The the font in the title, I don't know how I feel about. Like I am glad that so you can see these two characters next to each other. There you have a great example of contrast with the orange and the blue. Um, I might have to take a break and get a cough drop in a second. Sorry, I'm still like mildly recovering from bronchitis. And it's also been like a few weeks since I've talked this much. I have my I have my coffee here with me. Um, and I like that you can see these two characters in a setting and they're doing something, and you can kind of see a bit of their dynamic as they're standing next to each other, which is very nice to see in a cover. I'm gonna grab a cough drop real quick. Give me like 5 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Um, I'm not sure how I feel about the way they put together the title. like the way they formatted the title and this film down here. It is. It's very simple. I'm not entirely sure how to feel about this one. Like, it has its good points, but um hmm, you know, I think I would definitely pick this one up, but I don't think I'd read it. Next is this one. I do like um I think I like the background in this one. It's fun. It looks fun anyway. Like, it's not like overwhelming. Is it really? I wouldn't have guessed that from the cover. Hmm. Cover wise, this black here, it definitely stands out a lot. And I'm not sure it matches with the rest of the colors. And I think that's what's bugging me about this. I think if that black was different and didn't take up as much space as it does. On the other hand, it does add like a border between the light, like the white of the shirt and that what looks like a robe against like the light of the background, and that's good. Um, on the other hand, it just looks a little bit too dark in comparison to the rest of it. I think I might pick this one up because you know the book cover itself is interesting enough to like make me have questions. Um, I don't think I'd read it, especially knowing now that apparently the relationship is pretty toxic. But I mean, I'm supposed to be judging these like by cover alone. Next is this one here. This one, I think I would read it for the art style alone. Because the art style looks very interesting. Like, I feel like, first of all, you don't see a lot of older characters in romance. And he does definitely look like an older gentleman. Um, you read it too? Wait, don't tell me about it just yet. Let me make my assumptions first. um, I do like the way that it's shaded. And I do I like how it's just these two colors. I think in this case, I feel like they almost, I think they managed to make it work. I don't like how messy this is. Like this black against the already very, very like very dark, like, you know? Plus with this very, very fancy font, like this isn't very legible. This is very hard to read. I would definitely fix that. Other than that, I do like the poses that they have. Like, I really like the way that the hair just kind of comes down and it kind of spreads out down here. Again, I would do something different with the font or like with the title. Like I wouldn't put it there. I think it takes away from like the artwork. And again, it's very hard to read. It's not very legible. Like, you know, if you zoom out, like you can barely make it out. But you can still make out like the shape of the person sitting there. And like at the very least the top of the second person in the background here. It is. It is, and that's upsetting. So like I think I would pick this up based on just the art style alone. I would at the very least flip through it. I don't know if I would like take it home and read it like fully. But you also don't see like, I feel like, you know, from the books that I've shelved and like, you know, the books that I've had to deal with in a bookstore, this is a very, very unique dynamic. You don't see a lot of these big monstrous like hulking like beast men, you know? And you also don't see a lot of like older gentlemen. And I think, yeah, I would definitely be curious about it. At the very least, like I would pick it up. Okay. Tell me about your feelings about it. How do I say your name? Tiari? T Tiari? Was it any good when you read it? Oh, the book that we just looked at. You said you read that one, right? Was it any good? The cover doesn't say a lot about the story. Um, which is unfortunate. But I do feel like it gives you just enough information to like kind of question what's going on there. And at the very least, like, you know, flip it around and read the back. Okay. I'm trying to see what our next one is. A lot of these are duplicates. A lot of these are duplicates. Oh, here, this one. This one. Um, so I would pick this one up, and then I'd put it back. Um, because I'm assuming that it's just taking a close look at this little symbol, this funny little guy down here. I can assume what the story is about. So I'd probably wouldn't read it. Um, that being said, I think I like this cover. I like the green here. It's an interesting choice. I feel like the characters alone, you do get a kind of feel for the dynamic they have. Is it enemies to lovers? Yeah. It does. It does look like enemies to lovers, which is why I would probably, pick it up and look at it. Cuz I'm a bit of a sucker for enemies to lovers. It's cute. It's cute. I like it. Um and in this case, I think like this black background, it's very very simple, but it works because like we're so zoomed in on like their faces. We also have like these action lines up here. The title is legible, it's clear, it doesn't stand out too much, but it doesn't like get lost in the sauce. um, so I would pick this one up because it does look good. I don't think I don't think I'd read it because I'm not really into, you know. Um, but I do like this cover. And I like how it does give you enough information to kind of just tell what the story is. So you know what? It is entirely possible. Like I'm not into that kind of thing, but I feel like there is a way to approach it where you start to like question the very very specific dynamics that come from that kind of thing. And I think that could be interesting if you were to actually focus on like the characters and how that would affect the characters and the world around them and how that would, change things. I think that would be interesting. Mostly as like a character study. But considering that parental advisory thing at the bottom there, I'm gonna guess it doesn't really delve into that too much. So probably not for me. So I'll put it in the pickup, but okay, okay. This next one, I have a story about this one. So earlier when I was talking about how like I was embarrassed because one of like the books that I chose, it's one of my favorite books. And at the bookstore I used to work at the end of the year, we would have like the staff would pick like one book, and it would be like their yearly like staff pick. And mine was uh, where'd it go? The Cat Proposed. It's that one. If you haven't read it yet, I highly recommend it. It's very good, very sweet. Um, but I was embarrassed because they put this book in our yaoi section, and it doesn't go there. It is a gay romance, yes, but it's not yaoi. There is a difference. Um, and I was embarrassed because like my name tag and the little blurb that I wrote about this book was just in the yaoi section for like half a year, and then all of my coworkers just like knew that that's what I read, which was super super cool. And all the customers like just saw it, and I was like, oh, cool. Um, my coworker Ben. Well, okay, maybe their name is Ben. Maybe it isn't. You don't know. You don't know where I. Shh, I didn't say that. Anyway, my coworker picked this one for his top staff pick. This guy had no shame. Like, he promoted this book so heavily and kept going off about how good it was. I have no idea if this book is actually any good. It looks very, very silly. Like, it looks. I will say, those are some nice shoulder pads. You know, those are some good shoulder pads. We love a good shoulder pad. The outfit is interesting. Based on the cover alone, I would be way too embarrassed to take this to the checkout. Um, but yeah, no, my coworker just had his little name tag, like recommending this book just on full display. Um, and you know what? Good for them. Good for them. I wish that were, I wish that were me. I think to not get embarrassed as easily as I do. Um, so that being said, I have shelved this book. I've shelved most of the books in this series. I have looked at them and then put them away because I got too embarrassed. So that's where I'm putting this one. But yeah, fun little you know, story, I guess. Maybe. A bloop. And then let's see. We don't have many left. This one. I haven't read this one, but I want to based off of like this cover alone. It is a very, very bright yellow, which, you know, on one hand, it's very, very eye-catching. That bright kind of yellow, like, it's used in marketing a lot for a reason. Um, on the other hand, it kind of does hurt my eyes a little bit. The complete collection tells me that maybe this is like just a bunch of very, very like, you know, like a bunch of shorts, maybe not like a cohesive story, which would probably turn me away. I do like a longer story. Um, I don't know what about this cover that makes me want to read it. The art style is a bit interesting. You know, I'll give them that. Um, but this bright yellow in the background, it does kind of wash out, like it washes out the blonde in this, like this guy's blonde hair. You know, it it doesn't really look good against their skin tone, and it is pretty boring cover wise. You know, you have some hearts here in the background to spice things up a bit, but that's kind of like it. I don't know what would make me want to pick up. Like, I'm not. Like, taking a look at all of the other books that we put in either pickup or read, there is something like eye catching about it. And there is a little bit of like something going on with the, you know, like this here, they actually have some dynamic poses, which makes the which makes the book a little bit more interesting. Um, you have these very, very bright colors, which I'm not sure necessarily really works for this, but it is very eye catching. At the very least, I would read part of it, I think. But their dynamic also just looks cute and fun. I think that might be it. You know, like, it looks like a silly, kind of like cute story. It is a very, very saturated yellow. Yeah, it's real bright. I don't think I like it now that I'm looking at it for longer. Um, but but it does grab your attention. It does its job, you know. It's not great, but it kind of works. So I think I would put this in read because I definitely like the more I look at the cover, the less I like it. Yeah. But, at the same time it like uh, it kind of like yeah. Anyway, let's see. Looks like the next one we have is this one. I don't know how to feel about this. Is you have the characters that are in front, and they are posed, which is nice. You can get you can glean a little bit of information about the two of them and the kind of dynamic they have. I do like the blue against the darker, like that darker green there and the blacks there. That is nice. And I think for the kind of story that I think this is, that one has an anime. Oh, okay, that's cool. Um, I completely lost my train of thought. I got distracted. Um, I do. I Oh yeah, it's the white background. I'm really not a fan of the white backgrounds, and I'm not entirely sure why it works well here. Sorry for that. For what? You're good, homie. Oh wait, because I got distracted. No, dude, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You're good. Like I'm okay with getting distracted. I have ADHD. It's what I do. I'm I'm so good at getting distracted. Uh yeah. Um White backgrounds. Yeah. And I think it's because they do use darker colors here that the white background adds like a good contrast. I don't know if I would choose maybe I would choose a very 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 light blue. Possibly. I don't know if I would pick this up to read it. It does look very sweet, which is usually like, when I'm reading books, I prefer the like the sweeter, the softer, the kind of like, sweeter, softer stuff. Um, I do like how they filled in this blank space with like the volume number, like this blank page, like blah, blah, blah. Feel something is missing. Yeah. Like, it is a very, very simple design. So I think I would, based on the cover, I would pick it up and read the back. I don't know if I'd read it. It does look cute, and at the very least, like, I would still pick this up because I do kind of. I mean, the art style isn't really like very unique, but it's not like bad, you know. It's still interesting. I kind of like how like detailed like the eyes are, and it looks like this character down here is a guy who likes to read BL, and as a guy who also likes to do that, I kind of like seeing characters like that. Um, and who also gets like very embarrassed about reading that kind of thing. Hmm. Yeah. I think I'll put it up in I think I would read it at least a little bit. I kind of wish I had like a fourth category. Because it's like these three right here, like the Fig, Obnoxious Hero, and Saseki and Miyano, I would pick up, and I would at the very least flip through it. But I don't know if I'd read it. And so I'm not sure if I should put it like here or here. I think I will put them down here because I would pick them up and like flip through them. I don't know if I'd read them though. No, I would read it like a little bit, but I wouldn't like, take it home, I guess. Anyway, I think we spent enough time on that one. Moving on. What's our next one? I made this tier list a lot um, bigger than uh, I think, planned, but I don't know. I'm having fun with this. This cover, I like a lot. I like this cover a lot. It's a very, very simple background, but it still has some fun little patterns um, by it. The title itself, well, okay, so there's the title here, and then there's the title down here. Having the title on there twice. Looking at it, I don't think I like that. But at the same time, the title that's going down the middle, it's not very legible. It's not very easy to read or pick out. Like, if we zoom out, like we can tell that there's a title there, but and like I know what it says, but I do really like this art style. I think it's very interesting. We've got characters that are much like I feel like the style is much more manhwa than. Oh, you've read this one? Oh, okay. I might have to check it out then, because I do really like this cover. I also really, really like how your eyes get drawn to like this red in the middle. and how that contrasts like the blue. And I know I just said that I really like this cover, but now I'm going to be a little nitpicky with it. Um, I do like the yellow and the red here. Those are very nice choices. But the blue, like not really cobalt. This really kind of like gray blue suit next to like this teal background. I'm not sure how I like those two colors together. Like, I guess if you zoom out, you know, you can still tell the difference between the two. I guess I wish there was a little bit more contrast between the background and the character here. And then the bottom character here blends in way too well with that couch. Um, or chair, or whatever he's sitting on. Couch chair? What do you call those? Sofa chairs? But he blends in way too well with that. Those would be my critiques. Um, Otherwise, I do like the poses that they have, and I think that the dynamic between the two would be interesting. Background to be darker. Ooh, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if I agree because it's like I think I'd want the background to be a bit lighter because you have like this, you know, the guy on the left who is already like he that's a pretty dark palette there, and then it's like you have this guy here who is kind of like a medium-ish color, like you know, I don't know what the word, you know what I mean. um, yeah, like I feel like a darker would blend in too much with him, and then you'd like lose him even more because he is getting kind of like lost in this chair. Like, you know, if you zoom out, oh, you kind of have to squint at it to be able to see, like, especially the difference between the pants and here. Oh, and even like the shoes matches just a little bit too well to the chair. So I would pick it up and I would read it, you know? I have, you know, critiques. Um, but the cover definitely does its job. Like, I would pick this up and read it. So I'll go ahead and put that one up here. Um, but then if I do that, then I feel like I have to put these two back here. I'm great at being decisive. Ugh. Yeah, I'll just leave them there. That's where I put them first. That's fine. Okay, and then I'm gonna take a break real quick because I do have to go to the bathroom. But I will be right back. And then we only have one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine books left. The tier list just looks a lot longer, because there's duplicates in there, and that was my fault. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Anyway, I'll be right back. Bye. Hello, I'm back. Okay, I grabbed some more water while I was up, so I now have more water with me, which is nice. Um, so yeah, you'll hear me slurping on. Slur- Ah! Okay. Okay, our next one is this next one. I have also shelved this book. I have shelved this. This is one of the ones that I picked up, and I was like, "Oh, okay, putting this away quickly, putting this away quickly, putting this away quickly." Yep. Um. Okay. Art wise, though, that title gets lost, especially right, like the and the bride. Um. Those two, like there is not enough contrast in there to really have it be very legible. Um. And I don't know why would you put it like right above, like why wouldn't you place it like down where the legs are? That way we actually get to see, the two characters that are there. And the poses are, they're okay. Um you do get a little bit of character information about the two of them. You have the one in the back who is very, very stoic, which I have a love hate relationship with stoic characters in BL because it's very, very stereotypical. It it makes me sometimes feel like it perpetuates a stereotype that like men are supposed to be like these very, very stoic, you know, um, not emotional, but just kind of just like strong and quiet. Um, I'm not really like that. Um, I tend to be very stoic in real life. Uh, and I feel like that's that probably like, you know, men not being allowed to like express emotions plays into it. Besides just like the general autism that makes me have like just the resting face and like no facial expressions. um I feel like they're both a key factor there. Yeah, I'd put this. Yeah, this one doesn't really need much more discussion. I would pick it up and then promptly put it back because that's what I did do while I was shelving it. And bloop. And then our next one is this one. I haven't read this, but it looks like a horror. And the art looks gorgeous. Like, this is a cover design. This is stunning. Like, the way that, first of all, the way that the image is framed, the moons, that gold framing there, um, where they placed the title of the story, like, just the centered, like, story and art, you know, and then, like, the flowers mixed in with, like, all of these other colors here, these pages. And also, it looks like it's like this very, very 90s style of like artwork, but this is clearly like a modern like book cover design. Um, and I love it. I love like this red and this kind of like brownish kind of green color. I love the two poses the characters have. It does stand out a lot. Like it also it looks like it's either a horror or a tragedy. Um I am very into horror, but I do not like tragedies and I don't like things that are very like dark. Um so I don't know if I'd read this, but I love the artwork. This is very I love it. This is very pretty. It's very eye-catching. Um I love the way that they did this. Just like the effect that they use for the title, you know? I love the way that they colored in like this sweater vest. I like how they use like, the opposite color to like shade it in to like add those shadows. And then I really like how this rope kind of comes in and it just like loops around. And I like how like, you know, like this is a good cover. I love this cover. I don't know if I would read it though because it looks dark and like it probably doesn't have a happy ending. And I read for escapism purposes and I like my happy endings. It's a gorgeous cover though, but it looks sad. And I don't like being sad. But would I read it? See, I'd want you know what? No, I would want to read this for the art. Like, I would want to see specifically how they lay out certain panels, and I'd want to see the different pacing that they have and use. Because judging by like this cover alone, I bet you their panel layout is gorgeous, and I am a sucker for a good panel layout. I I love a good panel layout, especially when it's framed. Um, so you know what? Yeah, I'm putting this in read. Where's here it is. So yeah, this one's going up here. Hablanc. And then the next one is this one here. This art style looks very cute. This is a complete 180 from the one that we just looked at. But this story looks very, very soft and cute. Um, I really need to disable that bot. I'm gonna do that. I'm doing that at some point. Because now I just see it too much, and now I'm annoyed by it. I like the contrast. You know, you have like the reds here versus like the very dark kind of black here. But you have like the pink and the white on, this character here, and I don't know how I feel. Again, it's the white background. But also, it's like you don't really see characters like in BL very often with. Yeah, I do really like that too. And you don't really see a lot of characters with like pink hair. I also really like how he has these gray eyes that kind of like match the other character here. Um, Little tangent, real quick. One thing, if you watch the original Disney animated Beauty and the Beast, Um, Let me preface before I start this. I don't like Disney. We don't stand. We don't support Disney here. But the older animated movies are very cool as art pieces, and I can appreciate those while also disliking the company that they come from. And the original like animated Beauty and the Beast, if you look at, I don't know if they did this on purpose or not, uh, but Belle is the only character in that town that wears blue, and that blue is kind of used to represent her. And Gaston is the only is one of two characters that has blue eyes. There's Gaston and the Beast, and they both have blue eyes. And when I was watching that movie again, I kind of took that to represent that they both only had eyes for Belle, or that they both wanted Belle, because, you know, she's represented by the blue. She's the only character who has that blue in the town until she gets to the Beast Castle. Um, and it felt like her dark eyes matched the color palette of the Beast more than it matched Gaston, who had this very, very, like, you know, vibrant red color palette. And I believe that she had darker brown eyes. Um, anyway, I feel like they might be doing something similar here, which I do like. I also like cats. Um, yeah, yeah, I love little details like that, which is why I like going back and analyzing those older movies. Um, oh, I love the old Bluth films, because sometimes when you're watching them very, very closely, you can see those old pencil marks. I am a sucker for those old kind of pencil marks in animation, because it just like, you know, it just shows that somebody sat there and like hand drew every single frame, and I love that. I love that so much. There's just something so human about it. Anyway, that's a tangent for another time. The dynamic between them looks like it's very cute. Um, but I would not have picked a white background. At the very least, I would pick it up. I think I would read it because the characters look really cute. And I do feel like, again, they chose like white text for this cover font. And the white text next to like the white background, like, do you see in that little area there where it gets like lost? And then, hold on. Yeah. Okay, do you guys see this here? Where when it's up against these darker colors, like the shading behind it is darker, but then the second it leaves that it gets all pink, which is cool, but it if you reversed that, you know, if you had the pink where the black is, and then like on the letters anyway, if you had like the pink that's like surrounding um this side, you know, over here versus like the black, if you switch that, then that would add some good contrast. But you know, it doesn't really. Oh, okay, wait, zooming in, there is a little bit more to the background. You can kind of see some like little bits of grid here and here in this corner, but it kind of looks like that's it. It does look like it could be an interesting story. If the back of the book didn't, like, if the blurb at the back didn't catch my attention, I probably wouldn't read it. But I feel like that can probably be said about most books, huh? Give me 1 second. I'd pick it up, but I can't say that I definitely read it because, it's kind of a boring cover. So I'll put it here. And then which one's next? Saw that one. Oh, this one. This one here. This I would definitely pick it up. But I do have some critiques. On one hand, there's a lot going on here, and there's a lot to look at, which is a lot more than, like, a lot of these covers can say. But now we've kind of gone in the opposite direction. I feel like it's a little too busy and it's kind of hard to read. Like, if you zoom in, it gets a little bit easier. And looking at it closer, the way that it's painted is really cool. Like these highlights on the jacket here, and then the highlights on the other jacket. Very interesting. Or, well, interesting. I mean, it is interesting, but ooh, that's good. I like it, And then I like the way that they drew his white hair, It looks very, very fluffy. I like the way that they drew both of the hair, actually. I like the outfits that they're wearing. It's interesting. I like how their colors are kind of like opposing each other. Character-wise, they have very, very similar energy. I really like how their shoes are drawn too. Oh, and then look at the highlight color that they used for the pants. They used pink, which is interesting. I might have to steal that. I really like that. I would pick it up for the art. I don't know if I would read it. But yeah, with how busy like the cover is, it does make that is fair. That is a good point. Like, they are two different characters, And I feel like the clothes definitely do show that. But at the same time, like, their vibes are very similar. If that makes sense. you know? Like, I both get the feeling that these two are, like, kind of brooding characters, I guess. Maybe the red one is probably a bit more hot-headed than the blue one is, but they both read as pretty serious people. Also, the title is hard to see. It gets very lost. Seeing that area there where the A is like right next to that darker part, there isn't enough contrast between the two for it to be very visible. I'd definitely do something like I'd put like I'd probably put in like a screen layer behind the font, but like in the shape of this cross. That way it makes it a bit more legible. Art wise, I do like this cover quite a bit. I think my main complaint with most of these covers is the lack of contrast, which makes it harder to read from further away, which is something that you need to take into account when you're designing covers. So, like, I would definitely pick it up because. Where is it? Um, because that's a very interesting cover. You know, there's a lot going on there. It does look very interesting. But I also don't know if I'd like the story a lot, you know? The next one is this one. This one I would definitely read. Like, I saw this cover and I wanted to read this. Uh, because I love this. It feels like a magazine cover. Um, like I don't know if you guys ever look at like the fashion illustration books. But I have like my roommate and I have like a whole collection of them, and this looks like the cover to one of those. But also just the way that like I know nothing about this story, but just the way that the environment is drawn and all of the special detail, like this table, it's not just a regular table. Like it's like clearly like this kind of natural wood grain table, which is a very interesting touch. And oh god, the way that paint the plant there is painted, I love that. This yellow does get lost here, um, which is unfortunate. But the yellow does both go with the palette and I feel like stand out just enough where it doesn't take away from the piece, but is still at least a bit legible. I like the two different designs for the two different characters. I like the outfit that they're like the different outfits that they're both wearing. Like, see, this is busy, but it's busy in a different way. The colors are very cool. I like them a lot. Oh, look at that. You can see a bit of the texture in the jeans or the pants that he's wearing. I like that. That's really cool. But it's like there's this great color palette here, and it's not so overcrowded that like it takes away from anything, but it is like detailed enough that you'll always have something to look at. And I kind of want to compare it to the last one we just looked at, because the last one we just saw was very very busy, but in more of an overwhelming kind of way, I think. Let's see, where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Where are you? Ugh. Oh, there's so many of these. Uh, um, my point is, the other one was like busy in a way that made it like not as legible. I think maybe if they had darker lines, um, that would have probably been made it things a little bit easier. But yeah, this is a gorgeous cover. I love this. This is very good. No idea what it's about, but I would definitely read this. I mean, well, I can guess that it's about some kind of like detective agency, probably. Um, but that's kind of like it, you know? Okay. And then our next one is this one. This one, this one sold out a lot. This one was very, very popular. And looking at the cover, I can understand why. This is beautiful. This is. I like this a lot. I really, really like how they chose to do the line art in the back as a lighter blue to make it, like. I mean, first of all, how the character is drawn. That's gorgeous. I love the way that they did the hair. You read it? Yeah. The only reason that I haven't read this yet is because it looks like it's probably sad. And and I'm a little weenie man. I'm a wimp. I don't I don't like sad things. Um but this is really pretty. I really like this cover. And then see, here's something they did that I've noticed not a lot of the other covers doing. They put in a much thicker outline. So they made sure that like none of these darker lines would be touching. That way, it's still legible and it doesn't take away from anything. I love their use of halftone for the eyes. Also, just all the hatching and the pen marks. I love that. This is very, very gorgeous. It is very much. Yeah. Yeah. And I can tell by the cover, you know? So the cover is doing its job very, very well. It's eye catching, and I can tell what kind of story it's going to be. And that's why I'm not going to pick it up. Because I'm a man. I don't feel emotions. Ah, there it is. So yeah, this one is going here. Uh, this is another one that has a really, really interesting cover design. And I don't know what like, I love how they did the title up here. I love the way this blackboard is drawn. Oh, wait, I didn't notice how his tail kind of got blue as they, like, kind of, like, intertwined there. That's interesting. It is a very, very simple cover. And their positions are very, very stagnant. But in this case, it works because it feels like there's a lot going on. I think I might prefer something a bit more dynamic, but I think that's also just personal taste in this case. Because you do have, like, yeah, I mean, monotone kind of describes how this feels very, very accurately. The characters feel kind of monotone, I guess. And yeah, yeah, it's just two guys like just standing next to each other. Which, composition wise, again, this does look like a cool piece. Like, but just having them kind of. Now, their postures are a bit different. You know, credit where credit is due. Their posture is different. You know, you have the guy on the left, the cat, who looks like he's probably a bit more laid back, probably like pretty carefree and indifferent to most things. And then the snake, question mark. That's a snake, right? Probably. It looks like a snake. Um, and the snake who just looks kind of numb. So they're different kinds of monotone, but you know, like I don't think I would read it. It's not my cup of tea. I do think it's a cool cover though. I think it's at the very least it's interesting. And you know what? At the end of the day, it does do its job. It grabs your attention very, very well. They are just kind of just standing there menacingly. um Here it is. So yeah, that one I would pick up and look at it because yeah, it's an interesting cover. Um I don't think I'd read it though. And there's this one. It's a bit more dynamic, but again with the white background. Like, why is that so common? I mean, I guess it makes it easier to like focus on the two characters in front. And I do really, really like how they actually have like, you know, body language and expressions, and they're both kind of like they're not really striking a pose, but it's like they're doing something, you know? They're not just standing side by side menacingly. I think, but it's like it doesn't stand out very well. I do. I like how they did the title a lot more than I like how a lot of these did their title, because it has this the color that's very opposing the grays and greens that are used for these two characters. And then it's also like outlined in white, which automatically just contrasts like the kind of darker colors that are here. So it's like, you know, no matter how small this gets, the title stands out. On the downside though, it does hide this whole like area here where the top guy's back is and then the bottom guy's like shoulder is, you know? So like the title is legible, which is super cool, and we love that, and we love to finally see it. But it it takes away from the like the way that it's positioned feels like it takes away from the rest of the art. Overall, it's also just, it's not very. The art style isn't bad, but it's not very, like. It's like a. I don't want to say it's like a typical, like. They're just. How do I say this in a. It is very much the artist. It's the artist own style, yes, but it also just looks very, very similar to a lot of the other manga art styles that we've already seen. And there isn't, like, many feelings. Yeah, I have many feelings about a lot of things, personally. But yeah, I don't know. It just. There isn't anything really just eye catching about it, I guess. You know? There isn't really anything that makes it stand out. Which, sucks for it. The cover, in this case, isn't doing its job. Um, but yeah, I guess we'd put that. Where is it? But yeah, in that case, it would go just kind of down here in the, briefly glance aisle. And then our last one. I want you guys to know that we had almost this entire series at the bookstore I worked at. And I had to shelve. I had to shelve these. It's a very, very big image. Having shelved this, I know what the premise is. Because, again, you know what? Credit where credit is due. The cover does its job. It's very eye-catching. You have, there isn't a lot of, like, color contrast between the characters, which makes it kind of muddy. Like, here especially, you can't really see, like, where this guy's arms end and then this guy up here's torso starts. The colorful background is fun. The font, I think, is pretty well done. It stands out against everything else here. That said, this is a pickup and then immediately put back down book. Like, the cover does its job. It immediately grabs your attention, and good for it. Good for it. I will immediately be putting that one back down though. And that's it. That's all of them. The rest of the ones down here I'll just repeat. But I didn't have time to fix that before we started the stream. Yeah. I haven't actually watched a lot of VTubers do a like a tier list. I don't really know how these things usually end. But I guess I'll save it and then probably post it to Twitter. There. But yeah. Um, and then if you guys are feeling up to it, um, we could move on to do something else. Uh, or we could just call that a day because it has been. How long has it been now? Like 3.5 hours. um, so we could call it quits. But I thought that it also might be fun if I was feeling up for it anyway. Uh, if we tried to like design a book cover ourselves. I think that would be interesting. Um, so I might make this a bit of a longer stream. I gotta say, the tier list was a lot less mentally taxing than uh, was a lot less mentally taxing than like my usual content, I think. Thank you. So I'm actually feeling like I have energy. So yeah, if you guys want to hang out while I move on to drawing, then I'll go ahead and start to make that transition. I think we can use like the favorite covers that I put in the tier list as like inspiration. I think that would be cool. Sorry, I'm like putting things back into the folder that they were in and trying to talk at the same time. Nobody sees me doing this. It's fine. Don't worry about it. There. Okay. So yeah, I'll go ahead and I will say though, I have only been streaming for what, 2 months now? And I still haven't exactly figured out how to position my phone so I don't look weird when I'm looking down at my tablet. uh, let's see. There it is. Hi Bloop. Um, this image that you see here was me working on my thumbnail for this episode. Do you like him? Do you I had fun drawing this, but I'll finish this YouTube thumbnail later. Let's see. Let's do. Thanks. Yeah, that's like a good good book cover shape. Okay, and then I'm gonna go over and I'm just gonna open up there. Okay, and then pulling up our little tier list. Let's see, for the ones that we had for read, we had this one. That one. That. No. Stop that. We had this one. This one. That one. That one. What else? Oh, that one was on there? Yeah, it was. That one. That one. That one. Bloop. Is that it? We did do that one. I picked those two. And that one. Okay. That's a lot. This is going to take a second. Okay, but I can close out of this now. I'm gonna... Where's my... It's over here. Well, I'll make me a little bit bigger. Hee hee. Okay, and then copy. Paste. Or not. Paste. Paste? Did you not copy? Oh. Copy. Paste. There we go. And then we can exit out of that one. Copy. And paste. We can kind of exit out of this, and this might take a second. I'm great at streaming, I swear. Copy. Paste. 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 Okay. That's a lot. Okay, but do you see what I mean when I say that, like, you know, I'm looking down at, like, my tablet, and it makes it, like, it makes my model look all funky. I might try to... Maybe if I do that. Yeah? I think that works. Okay. So I did like this one a lot, so I definitely want to keep this one as reference. I'm going to go ahead and delete that one, because I did have quite a few critiques for it. off that one. Mm. Okay, next what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna putting these all next to each other. I really want to see what it is specifically that makes me want to read these. You know, like besides just like the good artwork and like the overall composition. Like, what about this actually makes me want to read it? It's probably mostly just art style and vibes. But I'd like to see them all like next to each other to see if there's like some kind of pattern that's there, you know? Also, if there's anything like similar about the color palettes that are used. Okay, so what I'm seeing right off the bat is that they are pretty colorful. Like, there's also just like a lot, but not too. Like, there's a good balance between being like busy, but not taking away from, you know? Hmm. I am gonna separate these into categories, I think. Like, I'm gonna put Nakamura over here because these three collectively all look very, very silly. And I'm going off on a. It's like, gee, I wonder why. Is it possibly the really bright colors that are used for all three of those? And then there's that one. That one I'm going to keep there. This one, I'm going to move over here because I feel like these two have very, very similar energies. Like, they both just look very, very soft. This one here, I'm going to move down here. Nope. No. No. Yes. Because I feel like it's giving off similar vibes as Given. And I think that's just because of how close these two colors are, kind of. That one I'm going to move here. I'm going to move that with that one. And then the one that really stands out here would be the total eclipse of the heart. Isn't that a song? The total eclipse of the heart, something like that. Yeah, wait. I'm going off on a tangent real quick. It is a song. Huh. The person who sang this is apparently Welsh. That's interesting. But it's like, it's the one that goes like, turn around, bright eye. You know that one? Um, but yeah. Hmm. I think if I had to choose a set of vibes for what I want to go for this cover, um, if it's based off of me, anyway. I can't decide if I'd want to go, like, it would be one of these top three here. But I don't know. Because I think it would be, I'd want it to be a little bit more serious than that. And maybe a bit softer. But I also don't have the energy to do like a full detailed piece like this right now. And it would be good practice. But what do you guys think? Maybe I'll let you guys choose the. You don't know what's happening? I'm I thought it would be fun if we made our own like book cover, but you know, with my model. So, you know, if I were to make like a book cover for myself, like a BL themed book cover for myself, like which one would I like? So I separated them out into different categories, I guess. These were the ones that we put in. Well, it was mostly me who put this in the read category. And I don't know if I want to go for something kind of like silly and cute, like on this side over here, or if I want to go for something like soft and sweet on this side, you know? I do like both of these in the middle a lot, but I don't know if I have the energy to get this detailed with my artwork right now. So I'm gonna let you guys choose. I wonder if I can add like a little poll. Sorry, I put my pen in my mouth and I tried to talk at the same time. How do I... How do I make a poll? Or do you guys just want to tell me? Like, I guess you could just like type it in. Mm. Is there a way to? Because there is like a. I've seen other streamers do it. They do the I prefer more soft things, which is why like these specific titles ended up in my read because I like the softer ones. But I'm also not entirely sure what you mean by more rude. Do you mean like more loud? Hmm. Well, I like both a lot, which is why I was asking you guys to choose. Because I think I was gonna try to maybe steal one of the palettes from here. Water time. I am gonna go ahead and put these in a folder so I can just kind of hide them away a lot easier though. Oh, yeah, you're right. I could just do like multiple, huh? You know what? That's a good idea. I like that. Thank you. So, yeah, I could. Let's see. Hmm. Oh, we also have to choose a title. That'll be tricky. I mean, I guess I could just choose like the channel name, but and the other tricky part about this is that I don't really have someone else to draw here, you know? Hmm. 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 Okay. You know what? For now, no yellow, please. Okay. I won't do that bright yellow. I will start out with drawing on just this gray, um, real quick. And then we can start it with some thumbnails. Like, I have noticed that thing I like a lot is specifically like dynamic poses and then also the color palette. So if we have our page here, I'll draw out a few of these. Head bloop. Head bloop. See, this is why my art projects take so long. It's because I have to sit down and I just have to, like, plan everything. Oh. Hmm. It would be funny if I did it with the chat mascot as like the second person. That could be funny. I think for time like sake, I am gonna go with a more simple background. Not like too simple, you know, but it's like this one here. It's a simple background, but there's still stuff going on. I don't have time to do like a full piece like this. I wish I did though, because that's so pretty. I love it so much. Or you know, a background like this one, but you know, without the yellow. I like that background. That one's really cute. Hmm. We could do. So I'm thinking either maybe here. Maybe. Oh, wait, you know what would help out with this? Bloop. I was working on this earlier. Um, so I haven't been able to show this off a lot, but this model actually has a lot of outfits. I just haven't rigged most of them yet. I've only rigged one of the outfits. Don't worry about it. Um, let's see. So this is the main outfit here. Since I drew this reference, I did change his tail color. It's white now, but don't worry about it. But we have his PJs, his this outfit here, like a streetwear kind of thing going on. This outfit, which I haven't been able to show off, which sucks because I love it, because this is like my jellyfish outfit. Um, and then we have our detective outfit, which I've been able to show off a little bit on the Hypnagogic Archive thumbnail. And then this one, which is like a D&D themed outfit. And then this one, which is like a doll. And then that's just the regular one. But yeah, I could use this as an excuse to draw like him. Oh, thank you. I really like designing outfits. I have a lot of fun with it. Hmm. If we did this outfit, then it would definitely have to be more of a dynamic pose, because that's kind of just. And I'd also think that I'd want to have him standing with his back to, like, the view. That way I'd be able to show off the back of his jacket. Um, this one kind of has a cyberpunk feel to it. I don't know. What kind of cover I'd make. I kind of feel like his regular outfit would work best, which is unfortunate. Maybe for his sleepy one. Oh, wrong one. Because I was thinking for this book cover in the middle here, it could be like maybe a library themed one. Hmm. Oh wait, I have an idea. What if we did like an almost like a top down one, where you can see the shoulders here, like a crisscross, and then you can kind of see like the book, like here. Maybe. And then we'd be able to see some of like the floor as like the background, and then I don't know, just like some cute books. Or something. Horizon line would be like way up there. That's an idea. We can also maybe do something. Maybe. In a lot of these covers, you don't really get to see their whole like design. A lot of it is very, very focused on just like either the knees or like the bust up. Hmm. Yeah. We could try to do something kind of sleepy, maybe? I did also notice that a lot of these covers, like the line of is that what it's called? The line of sight, line of like the eye flow. I don't remember. Either way, it kind of goes in this diagonal kind of like line like this. Like here you see it coming down this way. Everything here is slanted that way. This one kind of goes down like that, but this one's also slanted like that. This one kind of comes in and around, which is interesting. Because it's not exactly in the middle, it's just like it like starts here and then it kind of like loops like that. This one goes this way, that one goes that way, this one goes the other way. Nakamura is kind of unique in the way that it's like much more up and down. Well, kind of. It kind of goes like that, like it squiggles, you know? And I guess like the cat repose is like similar. But most of the time they do go in that kind of like diagonal shape. So I think I'll keep that theme going. You know, and try to keep it like going down like that. I could do maybe one where he's like laying down in like his PJs. Maybe there's like a hand here and like a hand up here, and then just like piles of books. Like that, and then maybe we could just put the title down here. That's one thing I noticed about like a lot of the book covers I didn't like as much, is that it feels like a lot of those pieces didn't plan for there to be like words or like a title or like the author's name. And I feel like when you're designing a book cover, it's it's important for it to look good both with and without that title, which is very tricky to do. Um, but we're going to attempt it. I think maybe in this case I'd put it up here. I want to make one more thumbnail before I make a decision. Hmm. I could just try to recreate like one of these here, kind of like the same way that a lot of people recreated like the Go For It Nakamura cover. almost feel like... Oh, wait, here, I have two ideas. So the convenience store one is based off of, like, you know, I'm assuming one of the characters' jobs. And my day job is a swim instructor. So I could have Lorem, like, in a pool, maybe? How would I... Yeah. Have it be here, and then I can have him, like, standing out of, like, the water, kind of, like, here. And then I could have, like, the pool, and then maybe, like, some other instructors here, and him just... And maybe this one would have, like, a really, really stupid title, like, My child's swim teacher is really cute? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. That'd be so silly. Or, my child's swim teacher is a tiger? That'd be fun. And then the last one would be... Maybe... How would I want to frame this one? Because the last one here could probably be, like, VTuber related. I'd also come up with, like, a silly title for this one, too. Like, I unironically, like, really, really like those long titles, you know? The ones that are just kind of ridiculous. Um, I just think those are fun. Let's see. Oh, how do I want to... How would I want to do that, though? Hmm. I could maybe have him sitting on, like... like one of those dumb little gamer chairs. Which I don't have. I just use a silly little office chair. Maybe that's him sitting here. The first illustration? Neither. It was gonna kind of be like just a regular, like, floor, I guess. Like an inside floor. Like, I was just gonna choose, like, a solid kind of background that he would be laying on. And then just kind of surrounded by different books. Unless he meant this one right here. I guess he's not really laying in that image, though. But that is the first one I technically drew. Ugh. I like the idea of having him sit in the chair. Um, maybe I'll do that smaller. No. Maybe something with the mic up here. Maybe Okay. I think this one, and this one are my favorite. I might... Like, a part of me wants to do the water one because, then I would be able to get some practice in like drawing water, and that's a very difficult thing to do. But at the same time, it's like I'm a swim teacher, but my model doesn't really have anything to do with swimming. I think I'm gonna go with this last one here, because then we can have like it all kind of relate back to being a VTuber. Maybe I'll draw like I'm looking at the microphone I have set up right now. So that's up here. Kind of. And then comes out and it's all big like this. Kind of. And then the cord comes out. That's too big. I've never actually drawn a microphone before. Let's see. And then
There, and this way we have like a bigger space, like right here for the title, while also having enough room for everything else. It's kind of like I think I will just draw him in his usual outfit for this. Which is kind of boring, but I'll make pieces later that feature his other outfits. Hi, Solomon. Hi. Boop. What a silly man. I think I'm gonna make my pencil a little bit bigger. I'm gonna go with a bit more of a cartoony kind of style for this. Mostly just because they're a lot easier for me to crank out. And it is 8:30 and I have to finish making dinner, but I like hanging out with you guys. And I'm enjoying myself. So let's go ahead and start out with the eyes. For dinner, I started making it this morning. I just put it in like my crock pot. But I'm making some homemade chicken noodle soup, and I'm really excited about it because I got some like fresh, some fresh sage and rosemary to use for it, and I'm very excited. I also added some oyster mushrooms to it, which I've never done before. I've never actually had oyster mushrooms, so this will be like it'll be a new experience. Especially, I haven't had them in soup either. I hope it'll taste good. I'm sure it will. I added garlic. You can't really go wrong with rosemary and garlic in chicken. Um, but I started that at like 1 p.m. and it takes about 6 to 8 hours to cook. So I guess I still have some time. I'm gonna make that a lot lighter. How long have I been drawing? Um, Gosh, it's been. I mean, I feel like saying that I've been drawing for as long as I can remember is kind of a cop out answer, but it's been a long time. um, it is just I'm here, but no, I've been drawing since I was like really little. And when I was younger, I still have a bit of a speech problem, um, but it was a lot worse when I was like a kid. So in order to communicate with like the world around me, I always drew things out. Um, Whether it was just how I was feeling, the things I was perceiving, etc., etc. So drawing has always kind of been a way that like I communicate with the world around me and kind of like interact with it. It's always kind of been like a pretty big part of my life. I wish that naming layers was a big part of my life, but unfortunately, um, this is probably going to be layer 6 of like 300. It's either going to be like 300 layers or it's going to be like 5. There's no telling. I'm either going to put everything on one layer and hate myself for it, or I'm going to have so many layers that I can't find anything later because I'm not going to label it. Why would I? Why would I label anything? It's not like it makes my life so much easier. Uh, I'll draw the ears kind of after I draw in the hair, once I kind of figure out where the rest of his head is. I'm gonna say the hardest part about like drawing and streaming at the same time is not getting so engrossed in the drawing that I forget that I'm supposed to have people that I entertain. Um, I'm adjusting the way I'm sitting real quick. Um, but I hope you guys don't mind just kind of chilling while I focus. It's kind of like, I don't know. You know? That didn't make any sense. Ugh. I am gonna draw these horns behind the hair, I think. At least a bit. His curls, they stay up here. Yeah, he just kind of has longer hair on, like, the sides. But that isn't really, like, you know. I should have asked this earlier, but you guys can hear the rain, right? I always seem to have problems with the audio. I definitely should have asked if you guys can hear the rain earlier. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I look back at my old art and I'm like, this is hot garbage. I can do so much better now. And there's something so nice about that. Just knowing that you've improved over time, you know? It's it's really rewarding like that, I think. Yeah. I mean, it is part of the process, you know? But it's a nice one, I think. I like going back and like cringing at my old artwork. Like cringing in a very fond way, you know? Also, you know what I'd love to do? Um, I tend to watch other people stream while I draw. If you guys draw while you're watching me stream, I'd love to see what you guys make. I mean, if you're comfortable with that anyway. You totally don't have to show me it. Um, but yeah, it is. There's this thing that I've started to do every year. Every year in May, I redraw this one Gravity Falls fan art piece. Um, but I redraw that one specifically because that was the first digital piece that I ever drew, and I don't know if you do digital art or not, but I learned how to draw using like watercolors and pens, and digital art is a completely different beast than those are. Um, and it was really hard to get the hang of, especially because between uh like the tablet and the pen, there isn't a lot of friction there, so it requires like a lot more control. Um, than it would in like with like an actual pencil and paper. And that was really tricky for me. My shoulders aren't that large. There we go. I will say though, the one really cool thing about digital is that like you can definitely tell what the art like how the artist learned to draw, you know? Like you can tell if somebody like learned how to draw using MS Paint versus somebody who learned how to draw using acrylics, cuz they'll typically approach digital art like the same way, which is really cool. And I really like that about this medium, that you can just kind of like approach it in like any way that you want to. Like with me, you can probably tell that like I use, that I started to learn using like a pen, and a lot of my drawings are like, ink drawings, just based on like the way that I'll go over lines to make them thicker instead of just making my brush bigger, like what I'm doing right now. Okay, here comes the tricky part. Yeah, yeah. There's digital art's really cool. Let's see. How am I gonna draw? I think his shoulders are still too big. Yeah, because if it's coming, his chest is like this. No. Hold on. Okay. His shoulders are here. His chest comes down like that. So his arm is going to kind of come out here. Yeah? Where is his shoulder? His shoulder. I'm going to draw this on a different layer. Yeah. Well, it's like, I mean, have you ever switched mediums before? Like, I also do printmaking. And that's like completely different than watercolor. Um, you can still do really, like, you can do really, really cool things with it. My phone is being, no, please. There. Um, but it's like, you have to learn like a completely new set of tools. You have to learn, like, the layering is completely different, and like the way you think about the art process is different with printmaking, and like printmaking versus like watercolor, or even digital sometimes. Is that where, does that look right? I think it needs to be out more. this looks so messy. Okay. I'm gonna have to like completely change where the hair down here falls. That's fine. Maybe like that. Because I do still kind of want it to like kind of loop down, you know? Okay, here comes the tricky part. Um, Drawing the book and the hands. Okay, okay, if his body is there. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna edit. Change canvas size. There. Okay. I'm just gonna see, this is one thing you can't really do with like physical art is like no, his shoulders are still too big. Yeah. His shoulders would come down like that. And kind of go there. Sweater would come down here. Yeah, that's too big. Maybe I still want to have like a little peek of his hands in there. Maybe I'll move it forward a bit. Ugh. This is why we draw skeletons before we go and do the bulk of the work. Okay. So his neck is here. Shoulders come this way. His chest is down here. Goes down like that. So his arm's gonna come out like this. They're gonna be kind of relaxed. And they're gonna hold the book up. About here, right? And then kind of arms, hands. I'm great at drawing hands, I swear. And then you kind of have like rest of his torso down that way. But we only see this part here. I can maybe... move this part up a bit. There we go. Because I do want to actually have the book be visible. What's on this layer? Nothing. There's nothing on this layer. Why is it... Ah. Okay, I want to make this one lighter. Lighter. That one's fine. This a bit darker. And up here. Let's leave the spine down here. Ugh. Do I want this to be paperback? Yeah, I'll have it be paperback, so it'll kind of like... That'll definitely curve more here. Yeah. For a book VTuber, I'm really bad at drawing books. They're surprisingly hard. Like, you wouldn't think that they would be too difficult because they're just like rectangles. But it's like specifically the way that paper like is shaped. And the way that like something that thin just interacts with the environment around it. It's like, ugh. Okay. And then how do you hold that? It's like your thumb is here. So we can't really see the thumb, but we can see a bit of the knuckle. Probably. So like that, maybe. Yeah. This doesn't look right. This is what I get for not using a reference. I think maybe if I make this longer. Yeah, okay. And then I'm just going to erase these. Bloop bloop. I don't need to erase those. I'm not erasing them. I'm just making them not visible. Okay, knuckles. smaller knuckles. I do hope that this is as like relaxing for you guys as it is for me. Like I know it's like a very quiet stream. Um but I enjoy having like I don't know, just sitting here with you guys, I guess. And then just like doing my little thing, you know? And occasionally like just going off on something or mumbling. How I usually stream twice a week. Well, I did stream 3 times a week, but I'm moving it now to twice a week. Um, I stream on. I'm changing up the schedule a bit, so I'm going to stream on Fridays and Saturdays. I typically do. I read books. So right now we're in the middle of reading Howl's Moving Castle, and then I also like to do ARG exploration. So on Saturdays we'll typically do that. This week is a bit special though because well I got sick, so I missed Valentine's Day. So we're doing that. We did that today. Um, and then tomorrow is also special because it's my little way of celebrating my first week back after being sick for like 2.5 to 3 weeks. So we're gonna be playing the first game of the Strangeman series, which is it's an important part of my childhood. Um, and I haven't played them since I was a kid. They are horror games. Like it is spooky. I don't remember how spooky, but I'm really excited to play it with you guys. when I first started streaming, I did Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Um, but I don't think that's something I'm gonna continue because I also do like a lot of other stuff on the side. Um, and streaming those 3 days would only give me like one day off to really get everything else I need done. And then the reason I think I'm I've been able to go so long today, I think it's because I took my ADHD meds. Um, so I think I'm gonna start doing that for streams from now on, especially if it helps me go for like longer stretches. There it is. There. Oh, if you want, I do have my Twitter linked somewhere on this channel. But I typically post a schedule on there usually. Sometimes I forget. But I'd love to have you come back and visit again next time I stream anyway. You know, like in the future. I do post my schedules on weird days. I try to post them on Wednesdays because I work Sunday through Tuesday, and it's hard for me to remember to do all that while I'm also doing like my day job. I think I'm gonna change the expression of the eyes. Make them a bit more flustered. Yeah. I'm glad you think so. I like having you here. It's very nice. Well, I like having all of my sweet little booklets here. Mm, that's not correct. There. Okay, I think that looks better. The question is, do I want to bother with making this incredibly clean, or am I okay with it being messy? Uh, I'll clean it up a bit more. There. I'm just gonna make these the same layer because I'm lazy and I hate myself. It's fine, don't worry about it. I'm just tired of switching back and forth between layers. I haven't even gotten to the coloring part yet, but I'm trying to figure out if I want to add, like, so depending on the pieces that I do, there's two ways that I shade things. On the model you see right now, you can see this thing that I do where I typically read. Honestly, I like anything with a good storyline. Um, right now we're reading Howl's Moving Castle. But next, I think I want to try reading a horror book with you guys, or possibly like Lycanthropy and Other Chronic Illnesses, which is not a horror, but it has werewolves and Lyme's disease. Um, I typically like things with characters that personally I think I would get along with. Um, I don't like reading books with unlikable characters. It ranges between. It's usually either fantasy or horror or both. Uh, like next, it's either gonna be Lycanthropy and Other Chronic Illnesses, which is kind of like an urban fantasy, kind of. Um, it's like it's set in modern day, and it's kind of like a more modern take on like werewolves, but instead of seeing them as like monsters, it's through the lens of somebody who's disabled and kind of connecting that like monsters are very very disabled coded, and this book really highlights that by kind of treating lycanthropy like it's a chronic illness, which is really cool. And I either wanted to do that book next or possibly Mexican Gothic, um, which is it's like, like a classic, like Gothic style novel, um, except it's about a Mexican woman named Naomi, and she's really cool. I like her a lot. Uh, but usually things in the Gothic horror, franchise, tend to be kind of racist, especially you know, the Eldritch horror books. I'm looking directly at H.P. Lovecraft when I say that. Um, Game of Thrones. Uh, I haven't read it yet, actually. Um, I've been kind of iffy on getting into it because I know that there's just like a lot of adult scenes in there, and then and I've heard that they're not very well done in the sense that like, a good scene is like a good fight scene. It's for a reason and not just because the author was horny. It does something to advance the plot and move things forward. It's not just because fight scenes are cool. Like, no, it has to do something like for the characters. Um, so I haven't really looked too much into it yet. And then considering just, I don't know, all of the scenes that I've heard about, I don't know how easy it would be to read on stream. I might get around to reading it at some point. Possibly. Do you have a favorite part about it? Oh, yeah. Like, is there a character that you like best? Or, gosh, I don't really know much about it. Like, a specific reason that you like it a lot? Yeah, and it's a series too, isn't it? Yeah, we've been reading Housemoving Castle for like quite a while because I typically only do 2 hours of reading per stream, and it takes about 30 minutes for me to get through one of the chapters. So it's been a hot minute. I think if I do start taking my ADHD meds while streaming, I might be able to pull off doing it longer, which I think will be nice. I thought it was a TV series. Was there also like a movie that went with it? Either way, no. I do, however, know how to play the opening theme on the cello because our orchestra teacher made us do it when it got really popular. And it is a pretty good song. Oh, the House Moving Castle movie. Sorry. Yes, it's definitely one of my favorites. It's the way that I've seen it be explained is like the movie is from Hal's point of view, but the book is from Sophie's point of view. Like it's definitely the the same story, but it's just you know, the vibes are like slightly different, but not much. Like Miyazaki did a really really great job of capturing just kind of like the energy of the movie, I guess. Yeah. I think that's kind of just how Twitch is. So it's like not that's not on you, homie. Is this what teeth look like? I think so. I think his eyes are too big. Hi, Solomon. I will say though, one of the biggest downsides to taking ADHD meds, I don't know if anybody else here does, but they make me so sweaty. It's so gross. I am I have to wear like two coats of deodorant on the days that I take my ADHD meds. It's bad. No. Go no, stop. Go away. Thank you. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna get the base colored And I'm gonna have to call it quits because I think my food's been in the crock pot too long, but I don't want to stop drawing. Okay. I think while I'm here, I'm gonna try this kind of like style of painting that I haven't really tried before. But it's like you have your undercoat like this, and then I forget what it does, but it does something. And I want to try using it. But first, I'm gonna. But like while I'm painting, it'll kind of help me like, it'll just change the perception. Oh God, I don't know how to explain it, but it'll hopefully make sense by the time I'm done. Like kind of like just choosing your colors based on how like I could have just paint bucket tooled that. deadline 51. I really am gonna have to get going soon. Okay, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I mean, like, I'm not almost done with, like, the whole piece, but, yeah, I've started on the coloring, so that's something. Okay, I'm gonna call it quits for now. We've been streaming for quite a while. I think this is my longest stream, which is really cool. Um, yeah, thank you guys for coming. I'll go ahead and let's see. We'll find somebody to raid. Oh, oh. I will see you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. and we're gonna be playing the Crooked Man. Let's see. I'll try to find someone who's also pretty chill. There. Okay, so Bet is playing House Flipper, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna raid them. Yeah. Okay, thank you guys so much for coming. Bye. I had a lot of fun. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Bye.